one bridge going to the ball field, or that one that we saw that eroded out?
I downloaded on USB. Okay. I believe it's 9 o'clock. Good morning, everyone. So glad you're here. Let me open the meeting. Good morning, and welcome to the City of Leon Valley Special City Council meeting. Today is Saturday, February 24th, 2024, and it's approximately 9 a.m. And as you can see, we do have all City Council members present. And I'm going to ask Council Member Orozco if you'll please lead us in the pledge. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Agenda item number 2, we have citizens to be heard. Is there any citizens in our chambers that would like to address the council? Please come forward and state your name and just generally where you live, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. Oh, there's Mr. Hoyt. I want to make sure he doesn't have anything to say. Good morning, John and Mary Hoyt. How are you? We're at Citizens to be Heard. Did you want to say anything before we began our... Yes, please. Okay. Okay, This is the time, so I didn't want to... All right, good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thanks for providing this opportunity for public input on these issues. I know that there's a lot of pluses and minuses to either one of those, and I'm, like you, would struggle with how to make that decision. I guess if... my preference would be to probably just go ahead and improve the existing channel. Items I wanted you all to keep in consideration would be protection of the Huebner Onion historic buildings, perhaps using some retaining walls behind there, kind of like what the In-Town Suites has next door, something like that. Those buildings are. That barn especially is up against that channel. I've noticed some erosion there. Other things to protect would be those many centuries old oaks that are right across the existing channel from the Huebner house. And then also, with that new development that's going in there at Huebner, at Evers and Seneca, that increased impervious cover is going to make that little drainage that comes into Huebner Creek from the east. It enters Huebner Creek about 400 feet down from the Huebner Onion buildings. And there's a lot of erosion in that already where it enters Huebner Creek. So that's going to probably get worse, with that more impervious cover. So yeah, there's a lot of pluses and minuses to that. I guess my preference would be to improve the existing channel.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Hoyt. Do appreciate you being here this morning. All righty, very good. Anyone else like to address? I didn't see Maria Gamboa coming in. I don't know if she had a comment, but Maria, did you have a comment before we began this morning? Ms. Gamboa, do you have a comment before we begin? Okay, good. I just wanted to be sure. Okay, very good. Thank you. So we have actually 2 presentations this morning. We're going to begin with presentation 3.1, presentation, discussion, and direction to staff to consider possible alignment of Huebner Creek for flood control and erosion projects. We have Melinda Moritz, our Public Works Director, here this morning to present and then to introduce our guest speakers from Ardura.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and let you introduce them but I have their names. Thank you and welcome. We're so glad you're here. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We are here to discuss the Huebner Creek Drainage Control Project that we've started. As you all know, we've shown this presentation a couple of times now. but here was the proposed channel. Well, when we got to the tree survey portion of this project, we realized that an awful lot of trees were going to actually have to be removed in order to do this configuration here. And this was proposed to be a natural channel, no concrete, and quite wide, as you can see. Here's the original Huebner Creek that goes through here, and you're having erosion problems here, here, and up here by Poss Road, and it's actually almost taken out Poss Road right here. And so we realized that the trees would probably be an issue. We brought it back to the city council, and this is where we are at right now. So we do have our two engineers from Ardura here, Mr. Swapnil Dusain and Mr. Ricardo Zamora. And while we were preparing for the meeting, we came up with some options for y'all to choose. And then, of course, if you have a different idea or somebody else has a different idea, bring that up as well. But the main focus of this project was to try and reduce the flooding and reduce the erosion in that area. So can we bring up the new? So here's option one, which is just to stabilize the banks and the rest of the channel here. So it leaves the creek as is. So you can see there's no benefit to any of these areas over here as far as reducing the size of the floodplain floodway. Next one. Okay, this is the earthen channel with the alignment that was originally proposed. So as you can see, this yellow line right here, it does take these structures out of the floodplain. Right along here, some along here, these over here, the city's community garden and bathroom, this house here, and these vacant properties here. Next one.
And Melinda, just to clarify, this is in the black is the existing channel?
No, this is the one that we had designed to begin with.
The one that we marked. Okay. All right. So this is okay. Thank you.
Oh, same one, but this one with concrete.
This is concrete. Okay.
Here you can see where the yellow line is the extent of the floodplain floodway.
Okay.
The difference between the Earth Channel 1 alignment, it takes out, there's the line there, and then you can see there's very little impact.
Concrete,
Yes, sir. Mr. Bradshaw.
more of Sun Valley, it gets flooded. It's strange. Like out
Yeah.
Go to the next one with the concrete. See how it gets yellow behind the houses?
Those get taken out of that's the ones that get taken out. The yellow is where it gets taken
Taken out.
Is the limit, yes.
out.
Yeah, but I see it get taken out, but see how it actually goes like that whole Sunlight Drive, it's circled like the whole thing. It's almost like, I don't know, you say it gets taken out, but the line is, if you look at it, it doesn't go up to the edge. It's like.
Oh, do you want to use your mic? I'm sorry, since we are recording it. Thank you.
It looks like it's, yeah, if you look at compare the two, it looks like it's extended, like there's more for some reason. Because the one before, it's not in the floodplain. If you look at alignment 1, it stops at Evening Sun, like halfway between Evening Sun and Sunview. Like there's no yellow line there, right? The border is all the way down by the park. But then if you look to the next one, then all those houses are in yellow. So it doesn't make sense.
No, we're looking at
Okay.
the yellow.
Yes, Mr. Stevens.
Oh, for the yellow is what's removed from the flood. Currently, those houses are in the floodplain.
No, because if you look at alignment 1, the border is where the pink houses are on the back of, like, on Sunlight Drive at the park, and then all of a sudden now it's extended further to the street. So they're not in the floodplain with number 1 if you look at the way it's drawn, because it stops right there. So it doesn't make sense that you add concrete. Now the water goes further up the street to me.
I see what you're saying.
Does that make
Yes.
sense?
Melinda, did you have a response?
We'll get the engineer
Okay,
here in
we'll
a
get the
minute. Let me
engineers.
show you the
Okay, sure.
last
Yeah,
option
just-
first.
Go ahead.
So this is the revised. Now, this one closely matches where the creek is right now, only it widens it totally. So it follows it down, and it's a concrete channel, and it does pretty much the same good right here and right here. But that's a big, thick piece of concrete. It takes your existing channel. There's some trees in the channel. There's a little island there that's got some trees in it. But most of the trees that are along the existing channel are not in good shape anyway. They're falling over and dying. In fact, I think 3 or 4 of them fell last year from all the erosion that's going on over there. If you look, their roots are exposed completely.
I know, yeah.
So, but anyways, that's another option for you. Use what you've got, make it wider, make it concrete, and get some benefit from that. The sewer line that's crossing the creek right now, that's encased in the concrete, is abandoned. PAWS has abandoned that line, and so what we can do is a
You
part
mean
of this.
that was a recycled water line?
No, ma'am, it was a sewer.
It was a sewer line?
Yes, ma'am.
I could have sworn they told
And
me it
so
was
they
recycled
have
water
abandoned
line.
that line, and so as a part of the project, we can actually remove it.
Take it out.
So that's the one that you see encased
Yes, ma'am.
across the okay, I always thought that was recycled water. Okay.
So
doesn't
that'll help
matter.
tremendously.
Yeah, because that's been the dam for the last,
It has been a dam. It
A
didn't
dam.
cause any of the erosion up here, right here at PAS and Andres Salazar, but it did cause some down in here.
okay. Mr. Martinez had a comment.
If SAWS abandoned that, will SAWS pay for the removal of it?
We can certainly ask. We are in the process of applying for a grant from the Texas Water Development Board for this project. And so I think the deadline is on the 5th, and we've got all of the paperwork ready except for a couple of pieces. And so we really want to get an idea of what y'all want to do before we submit for that grant, because, you know, there's a good likelihood we could get the grant.
The 5th of March?
I believe so.
Okay.
Okay, so I'd like to introduce, we've got Mr. Ricardo Zamora here. and
Just these
also-
3 options that you wanted us to look at today?
Yes, and then if you have any others, feel free to pipe in. And then Ricardo Zamora are here.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, and you're Ricardo?
Yes, I am.
Hi, good evening, good morning. We're so glad, we're used to having evening meetings, excuse me. Okay, we're glad you're here, thank you. And what would you add to what Ms. Mort said?
Oh, we were just looking at probably this last option, just because there was less impact to the trees.
And how many trees would be coming out of this?
For this option, we didn't do the actual count, but it's significantly less than the new alignment that they were proposing.
Okay.
Because to do the count of the trees would cost us more money.
But it's not 403 trees, is it?
No, it's
Yeah,
well,
it's a lot
because
less.
the new alignment was going through all trees.
Right,
This is
right.
going to be reinforcing the banks that are already there and maybe taking out some of the trees that, like Melinda said, have been already eroded and their roots are exposed.
Okay, and you're proposing concrete rather than earthen?
Yes, it's going to be concrete, but just on the sides, and we're going to use the rock as the bottom, natural rock.
Okay, and how high up will the,
It's going to end up tying into the existing grades. It's just the width that we're controlling.
okay. And then, do you have to get permits from FEMA to do a project like this?
Oh, yes.
And so how does that work?
You have to submit for a conditional letter of map revision. That's pre-construction, and then once we construct it, we do the official letter of map revision. And so what we do is we show them the impacts that we're having to the floodplain, and we have to contact all the property owners that are being impacted, whether it's positive or negative. We end up, we just did it for the Seneca channel. It's the same process.
On the other side of the Bandera Road, yeah, okay. All right, yes, thank you. I'll let other people to ask more questions. Mr. Orozco, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Sir, are you familiar with Almas Creek right there on 410 and Jackson Keller, West Avenue, where they cemented all that creek, especially, And can you give us a little history on that? I don't know if you, I'm sorry to put you in that position, but I think it was done about over 20 years ago, and it's standing up still to this day.
Okay.
And something like that, is that what you're recommending to, like what they have on there? Because I think it was, when they first did it, I thought it was a great deal.
Well, that is similar to what we're proposing. I mean, here, there's solid natural rock. So we're looking at the areas where there is solid natural rock. We were just going to tie the concrete into that with about 2 or 3 foot toe downs. And so we're going to tie the concrete into the natural rock. I mean, solid rock. It's not like a bunch of little pieces of rock. It's solid rock. And in the areas that probably are less stable, we would probably do concrete on the bottom for that section. It just doesn't make sense to spend the money on putting concrete on something that's already solid rock, especially for the channel bottom. And it would maintain, the bottom would look a little more natural.
And you don't believe that we need to make it deeper?
We could, it can be excavated if we need to.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Campos.
Good morning. How are you? So, from the way that I'm viewing this, the original option with that was given to us, where you have the tree count, where the alignment, we were
Moved it in.
concerned about that, moving it over. I see that's option 2A, right?
Yes,
Alignment
yes,
one.
sir.
And when I compare that to option 3, which is concrete channel, more or less in line with the existing channel, the results are very similar, almost identical. The only thing that I can think of that is different between option 2A and the option 3 is the property acquisition is going to be needed. Now, how much, any idea, Melinda, or on how much we think that's going to add to the project? Is that going to be a pretty protractive process in acquiring that property?
If they don't go willingly, like, you know what I mean? If they don't agree to the sale of that property, then yes, you would have to do some condemnation. The land is in the floodplain, so basically you would have the land appraised and then offer that person that appraised value. What the county did downstream was the appraised value plus 20%. And there was 2 property owners down there that did not want to sell their land, and so they did have to go through the condemnation process. And then we would end up with the property. So you're looking at this piece right here belongs to the Little League. Not sure how amenable they would be to it. We own these pieces right here. We own all of this, obviously, but we own these, not that one. We own, where am I? All of this right here. Yeah, we do own that. But this is Little League territory right there.
And is there, going back to the engineer, what is the thought process on the bridge? There's one that goes into our main parking lot for the Leon Valley Park. Then there's another one that goes out into, it might be a residential area, as well as we have a little area, picnic area out there. Is there any thoughts of redeveloping that particular bridge? Because it seems like that's a bottleneck on the water flow.
That's a low water crossing. It's not a bridge.
Okay, so on the same question, but replace the bridge with low water crossing.
No, we don't plan on making improvements there at that low water crossing.
Okay, and I'm just curious why not? Because I mean, it seems like the water is restricted right there.
Yeah.
Because the underneath that, they're very small pipes, and it goes over that bridge, and then it's I'm not an engineer by any stretch of the imagination, but it seems like it's contributed to undermining the road there at Poss, right there. And so I'm wondering if that couldn't be some type of consideration in this outline here.
I mean, there could be stabilization done, but you don't want to raise the road out of the water. Once you start raising the road, you're filling in the floodplain and you end up causing impacts upstream. And then you're going to have to go through the letter of map revision process, just like we were talking about, but you're going to tell everybody that you're putting them in the floodplain.
Was there
It's going to back it up.
Is there any way to make that, the holes underneath there, larger so the water goes underneath it?
It's very hard to mitigate for raising it a little bit and controlling the openings. Usually the best option is to span the whole, you have to span the whole floodplain to not have an impact.
Okay. And one other question, then what about getting rid of that low water altogether?
Build a bridge?
Or build a bridge or make the existing one into our parking lot and come out into that area with another drive. It's just something, there's something about that particular water crossing that is causing a lot of accumulation of water and really speeding up the velocity of the current. As an accountant, I'm not an engineer, okay?
I mean, to greatly improve the channel in a case like that, it's either, I mean, to have the best impact is to either remove the whole road or span the whole floodplain.
Yes, Melinda, go ahead, and then Mr. Bradshaw has a question.
Sorry to interrupt.
No.
Because that's undermining Post Road right now, or it's starting to, we've already gone out to get quotes for that work because it's sort of an emergency. The quote that we got was $167,000. Now, what that would do would be to anchor that entire area with concrete. The pipe opening, it's a low water crossing. And so the pipe openings are there just to keep things from puddling when they're after a rain. So if we had just a solid concrete there, the water would puddle back behind it and stay there. So those pipes are there to just let the water flow under. Much like you have down in a hike and bike trail, wherever they go through a low water crossing, they leave openings on the bottom so that the water doesn't puddle behind it. It's not to provide some kind of a flood control project. And so what we'll do is we'll armor those banks with concrete. I'm still getting other quotes. And because the project is over $50,000, my question now is it a true emergency? Because if it's not a true emergency, then we have to go out for bids. Well, bids take us a long time to get. We need to advertise that for 30 days. Then that will have to come back to the city council. Then we're going to have to do a budget adjustment. So you're looking at a good 3 to 4 months before I can get that work done. And so not sure how we're going to handle that yet. Still waiting on a couple of quotes. But that problem where it's undermining Post Road right now will be solved very shortly if I can get the quotes in.
Okay. Are you finished? Are you finished?
Well, I have.
Okay, go ahead, and then Mr. Bradshaw, and then Mr. Martinez.
Melinda, I think it may qualify for an emergency on two of the exceptions. One is the health and safety.
Right.
Because that road may collapse. The second is you're trying to preserve an asset, which is another exception to public procurement. So I think it meets at least two of those right off the top of my head.
We would not obviously do it without telling the council. I would absolutely come before council because I will need a budget adjustment. That's going to have to come out of stormwater. But I just want y'all to be aware of that we are looking at it as an emergency. We will be armoring those banks, and that erosion problem there is going to be solved shortly. So I don't want that to get mixed up in this project.
Even though it's at the top of this project, right? So I understand what you're saying about
We just want to make sure that y'all understand it's a low water crossing. It's meant for water to go on top of. It's not meant those pipings aren't meant to control the water to go through.
In addition to that, remember, this is segment 1. Segment 2 would be the portion where we stop here all the way up to Evers Road. So that's a whole nother project. I don't want to design something for this that's not going to be in keeping with what we intend to do upstream. And that's another conversation y'all are going to have that's a tough one too, because how wide do you want that? Keeping in mind right now, the bottom is 20 foot wide and it's a U-shaped channel. We're going to want to widen that to at least 30 or 40 feet so that takes out the bridge that goes into the park, that takes out the walking trail, that takes out all those trees that are along the creek there, which are dying anyway. They don't look healthy. And then also cutting into the wooded area down by the Evers Road Bridge. But that's segment 2. That's another conversation y'all will have.
Okay. Mr. Bradshaw.
Okay, so I have two questions. One on the property acquisition on option 3 from the Little League fields. We know that they've had flooding in the past at least twice where their fields are basically been taken out. So instead of acquiring the property, can we just get an agreement from them that they would allow us to do the work and on their property basically and widen that channel? Because it would benefit them in the long run. So I don't, rather than say, hey, we want to buy this property from you so we could dig the channel deeper and then it won't be used for anything. Can we just have them?
We could actually get
Approach it
a
that way.
flood easement from them, but again, you're still going to pay.
Okay, so that's one. And then two, my second question is kind of the same thing as Councilor Campos was pointing out. Option 2A and option 3 are very similar in what they do. So I guess the question we had when we walked through was, what was the reason for 2A, like cutting the new channel through the middle of the area?
That y'all's recommendation.
Yeah, why was that the recommendation, the original recommendation?
Why did we recommend, I'm sorry, you're asking did we recommend the new alignment?
Yeah,
That was an option that was, I believe council had asked us to look into that option. Previous council,
No,
an alignment?
I don't think so.
I don't think that was the
It didn't come from
intention.
us.
I don't know where
No,
that came from,
yeah.
of moving the creek, basically.
No.
That
That
was,
was the first design. And so with this design, what the council had asked is, can you put it through here, but make it wider, do something different? Can you have a variable width? Can we go deeper? And so this was just the first design.
But I'm asking, where did that design come? Is the first design, and whose idea was it that says, you know what, let's just cut it through the middle of the natural area and make it go this way? If I look at the maps, it doesn't make sense to
It was
me.
Arduras, and the reason for that was because we wanted to get rid of the erosion that was happening in the original creek. And so they were moving it away from the Huebner Onion House and the barn.
Okay.
and also it was
Any other-
recommended that we straighten the channel out to reduce the erosion that was happening from the turns, to keep it natural.
Okay. Mr. Martinez had his hand up next. Mr. Stevens, and then we'll hear from you, Mr. Martinez. Excuse me, Mr. Bradshaw, were you finished?
Yeah, that
Thank
was
you.
it.
I
Hey,
appreciate
back
it. Yes,
to
sir.
the low water crossing. When we looked at it, towards Evers side of that low water crossing, the bank is about 18 to 2 feet below the cement, but even the pipes went across it. So how, if you got that much depth, how are those pipes ever going to run off any pooling on this side? The water on this side would have to be, greater than 2 feet before they'll even hit the pipes going across. So that was the reason why, I thought that whole thing needed to be redone. And then the water coming across is eroding on the Bandera side of that. It's almost, the erosion is so bad, it's almost hitting Poss Road. So, we could have a cave in there at Poss Road. So, I think that whole area needs to be completely redone.
That's what we're looking at, sir, but it's not a part of this project. So let's finish our discussion on this one, and I will be coming back to the council to give y'all an update on any kind of plans for that low water crossing.
Okay?
Okay. Mr. Stevens.
So I appreciate the big printouts, and I also appreciate the explanation on the low water crossing, because I think I understand that now. So I just want to do a comparison. So 2A is going through the middle of the natural area, and it's with earth. And when it's going through the natural area without any or without substantial concrete at least, it pulls 38 structures out of the floodplain. Right? It improves 38 structures.
Correct.
With earth, without concrete. With concrete, and this is what Councilman Bradshaw was saying earlier, with concrete on 2B, it pulls 28 structures out. So it pulls more out when it does not have the concrete.
In this situation, it did. We saw a little bit of a backwater effect when it was transitioning from natural to concrete.
Okay, so
We did see a little bit of a jump.
maybe because it more could get absorbed into the earth or something.
It has to do with, it's just a slight, there's a jump that occurs when it transitions to different roughness.
Okay.
And so we ended up getting a little bit of a backwater jump when it transitioned from from the natural area to the concrete.
Okay. So okay, and then so continuing on, so going to option 3, we have a concrete channel with revised alignment. So why don't we not have a 3B that was no concrete with revised alignment that would possibly have more benefit than with concrete?
Well, since when we had done the option 2s, which had the different alignment, we were straightening it out. Therefore, we didn't have the curves that were getting eroded. That's where the higher velocities happen. So then when we went back to the more natural alignment, we have those S curves there.
Okay, so essentially the curves require more concrete.
So we decided to propose lining the sides to stabilize them.
Okay, I understand that. Okay, so another question, and I don't know how to really ask you this without perhaps going over to the thing. So why does it have to curve up into the natural area versus just staying along course? Especially if you're going to...
It had to do with the banks. Y'all wanted to keep them, we wanted to keep them away from the onion house. We're going to be sloping them. So we just kind of want to keep it away from the structures that are already there and keep it more in the natural area.
So we never explored like doing a retaining wall like similar to the suites next door or something like that.
We could look into that option.
Because then it would take out less natural area, right? And I think that's what I just have a feeling that this council is going to have a problem with, the whole invasion. It just doesn't make complete sense to me that we're like moving the whole floodplain away from even the small curve part instead of just like adding a retaining wall type of thing. I know, I mean, I don't fully understand this, but I know that the more into the natural area it gets, the less likely this council is. And I'm, just based on how we've voiced concerns in the past, the less likely it is we are to go with a plan at all. So
you want him to look at moving the creek to currently where it's at with a retaining wall?
That's what I want.
And you do understand that the retaining wall is a lot more expensive and also does, when you have sloped riprap, it tends to be more stable with some of the surcharges and stuff that happen when all this water, when everything's wet and you start getting this surcharge that pushes up against the wall, tends to help to just have standard concrete channel.
How much more?
I can't give you a specific dollar, but concrete riprap, normally I would say about $100 a square yard. Retaining walls, I'm not too sure of the price, but I would probably say 3 times more.
Okay.
Well,
So
we're applying for a grant.
yeah, so that's what I was getting into also is the grant.
Yeah.
So the way that I look at it at least is option 3 pulls just as many homes out of the floodplain as option 2A with the earth going through the middle of the natural area. And so if we had a 3B with some type of retaining wall, it seems like if we were eligible for 2A, if we can have a 3B that pulls those same 38 homes out of the floodplain with a retaining wall, then we would probably be eligible for the same type of grant. If we were to get it with the first one, we would get it with the same grant. And I think isn't it like percentage based of the project they pay?
So for this particular grant, we would be responsible for 25% of the construction costs. But if you want a 3B with retaining walls, they can certainly design that. That's why I was saying, if that's you guys'
What I was
preference.
looking for was just keeping the creek alignment like it is with the retaining wall and just erosion control. I don't know what that looks like because I'm not the hydrologist, but not going into the natural area.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is if you guys like this option, but follow the creek bed and you just put in
Follow
a
the creek
retaining
bed,
wall.
and if we have to
and
go
we still
further
can
down
contain
or
38 homes or structures out of the floodplain, then we can absolutely design that.
Yeah, and I think there's an understanding that it, like, and I think that's what we're having an issue with, is that down where, along the natural area, like in the right half of this image that's on the screen, that's where we're concerned with more of the widening, even in the kind of the middle of the picture. I think at least we can understand that there is going to be some widening needed at the curve part that's further back toward Poss Road, because I think we can all see that the erosion is significant there and that it's really going down into the earth. But the natural area is where the citizens seem to be very concerned about. It's not
You bet.
necessarily that curve area.
Thank you for that, Mr. Stevens. I appreciate that. Mr. Orozco?
Just really short, I totally agree with Mr. Stevens, and I know I don't actually know, but I think that he's absolutely right as far as where the council is going to. I'd like to work with what we have already, and whatever retaining wall or whatever wall that we need to put to try to slow down erosion to do that. We're not going to stop erosion. Maybe it's not going to happen in our lifetime, but it's going to happen again. And we'll let that council in 2030 take care of that.
Okay.
But I like to work with what I got right now and continue with the same Bed Creek.
Okay, very good. Mr. Martinez?
I would like to see us do the minimal amount to do the erosion control. I view we have a treasure of a natural area here, and putting a 50-foot channel right down the middle of it would destroy it, in my opinion. I fought years ago when we wanted to put a 16-foot hike and bike trail through the middle of the natural area, and I view this as kind of similar situation, but I would be in favor of doing the minimal bank stabilization and keep it as natural as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
So
Martinez.
we've got y'all's.
I have another comment from Mr. Campos,
Oh, I'm
please.
sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
So once we come back with it, 3A, as the council has mentioned, then immediately trying to then communicate that with SAWS. So if that line is truly abandoned, they need to take it out because that's
Right.
causing a big problem.
That
in
is
our
causing a big
creek.
problem.
So that would be the next steps.
Mr. Stevens, go ahead.
And so, just to be clear, there are two places that at least we've identified where the concrete crosses the existing floodplain. Both of those are abandoned?
No, just the sewer. The one that's got it looks like natural rock, but it's not. It's concrete that crosses the creek.
Looks
That-
like a little bridge.
Looks like a bridge now.
Yeah, so
Where's
there's,
the recycled one? Isn't that across the across the creek too? Is
The
that
one
the one
that-
that you're talking about?
The one
there's
that's causing the erosion is the one that the mayor, everybody knows about. You can see it.
Okay. I
like
knew it was
right here.
recycled. I knew it.
That's the sewer.
That's the sewer, but, okay, so that one's going to go out. Where's the recycled one?
I'll
We have
send
a
some photos
recycled
in
one
if you
into
could
the
just-
into the, I thought we used recycled water to water our park area.
Yeah,
We do, but
Right.
that's on the other side.
Okay, it's not,
Because the recycled main is in the creek. And so it wouldn't cross the creek, come over this way. It would go this way. In fact, you can see the purple big old thing that's in the park is over here.
okay. Now, I had another question, and then SAWS is currently enlarging their sewer
Yes.
main to 48 inches from 24 inches. So how is that work going to impact any work we do in the creek there?
Well, the immediate impact is that they have now taken out the sidewall over here on our precious little low water crossing, right when I was going to fortify those banks. And so I'm going to get a hold of that contractor, Thale, and tell them, hey, dude, I've got a real problem here. You're going to have to work with me. We need to get this thing concreted quickly. And so that's the immediate concern.
Okay, but how about they're putting the line underneath the ground. Is that going to
affect
impact?
anything? No.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
that's so deep. It's like 40
Okay,
feet deep or
okay.
something.
I didn't know
mean,
how
it's
deep it was.
incredibly
I
deep.
just know that they've
But what
got
I'm
a
hearing the
massive
council
project
say
over there.
is that you want this alignment moved over more, and then fortify this bank with retaining walls. But I still want you to realize that it's going to be wide through here, because we're going to have to take out that eroded bank here. So some of those trees are going to be affected. So if this is what the council wants us to do, come up with a 3B, then I'm going to bring that back to y'all before we do anything else so that you can actually
Yeah,
see
let's do
what that
that.
looks like.
Yeah, and
Right?
an estimate of the number of trees that will be removed? I
Yes,
mean,
we'll
you don't
have
have
to
to
do
go
another
tag
tree.
them, but just an estimate eyeball?
We'll have to do another tree survey.
Okay, all right. Okay.
All
Anyone
right.
else? Okay, I think that was a good compromise. Yeah. All right. Very good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ricardo. We've got some citizens that have some comments as well. Yeah, and Mr. Villarreal, if you have any questions or concerns, please feel free. Mr. Mata, good morning and welcome. Yeah.
Yeah, Eric Mata, Canterfield. So I'm just wondering, is the main motivation here the Onion House? And are we prioritizing that over the residents and homes in some way? So I'm not saying you guys are. I'm just saying let's think about that. The other thing is, are we not? Is it wise for us to be addressing this portion without having some forethought into what modifications are going to be required along POS that Melinda referred to as a different phase? Because I'm wondering if we even need to speak to these extremes of changes that need to take place down here if we address some of these issues where the bottlenecking starts in the park from Evers on down to the large parking area near is it Salazar, where the low water crossing is. So I'm just wondering if we're jumping ahead and doing major work here, and a lot of these issues here along the Onion House would be mitigated by some of the changes that would happen upstream closer to Evers.
All right. Melinda, would you please respond?
No, if you didn't do this part at all, but you did the part up by Poss Road, you'd still have the erosion problem that we have down below. We have to do something with that part of the creek. If it's just going in right now and putting just concrete right where it is, you've still got that erosion. That creek still twists and turns, and wherever it twists and turns, it has taken out 30 feet of that lot that's along Poss Road already, and that's just in the last 10 years. I've been measuring it every single year. When you get to the park, you guys are not going to want to widen that as much as it would need to be widened to take care of even more homes and things. You will be taking some of the structures out, but you would have to go 70, 80 feet to get the significant improvement that probably needs to happen, but who wants to lose your park? And so I'm looking at a total of, right now you got a bottom width of 20, we want a bottom width of 30 or 40. It's still going to be significant impact on the park, but the bottom part of the channel that we're doing right now will be able to handle that water no problem.
And the Corps of Engineers did address that whole area
Yes.
in 2021, I think.
And what they said was, and they kept telling me, because they started design or the feasibility study from the Bandera Road Bridge and then worked their way north. And every section they kept saying, oh yeah, this is going to be a project. Oh yeah, this is going to be a project. Then they got to the other side of Evers Road and went, oh no, this is not a project. You have got utilities everywhere, and some of them are buried only 5 feet deep. And so you've got gas lines, AT&T, you've got saws in there, you've got every utility is in that creek that would have to be lowered or moved, and so it just made the project too expensive. We can control these two because we don't have those utility conflicts.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for, yes, Mr. Yarnell, either Melinda or the Ricardo or any of the council? So, good evening, good morning and welcome.
I have two questions. What does bank stabilization do? What is that? Is that some kind of concrete liner or
I'm going to let the, go ahead. Yeah.
cement?
Okay, go
It
ahead.
could be concrete, it could be natural, it can be all kinds of things. It just stabilizes the bank. So you reinforce the banks that are there. You want to reshape them because right now they're eroded like this. And so you would come in and reshape that bank, and then you would stabilize it with either concrete or gabion baskets to make it more natural looking, anything you can so that that wall doesn't continue to collapse. Does that help?
I don't know what a gabion basket is. I know what an Easter basket is.
It's a metal basket filled with big rocks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Okay, the other item is, where we're putting concrete, could we make it mirror the natural area and be more aesthetically pleasing rather than just a concrete side? We're in a natural area.
Okay.
I realize this might create a flow situation. I don't know, but, you know, those kind of things look better than just a straight concrete.
Okay,
I mean, like
thank you.
Solace does with some of their bridge
Sure.
construction.
Okay, thank you.
I hate flat concrete. It draws in the tattoo artists or graffiti artists. Any opportunity they get with a flat white surface, they're going to take the opportunity to decorate that. And so my idea would be to do a kind of a rock facade, but still made out of concrete. You can also color concrete. If you color the concrete while it's being mixed, it lasts longer. It's still not permanent, but it does last longer. And so I would suggest that we do that, some sort of a facade on it so that it has a rough surface, not a flat surface, so that we can avoid the graffiti problem that we already have underneath the Bandera Road Bridge.
And that's a good, if I can.
Yes, you please, Mr.
On
Orozco.
35 and Laredo Street, there's two rivers that meet, and they have those big boulders that they did in the side, and it has worked great for over 34 years.
Great. So we can do that as an option. Yeah. As natural as possible. Okay, anyone else? Yes, Mr. Villarreal. Good morning.
I just want to introduce myself. My name
Yes.
is Art Villarreal, and I'm here basically on a professional and personal basis. During my career, I was working for Bexar County, and I was responsible for the LC-17, which is a project downstream of Bandera Road. So this is a very challenging project, both politically and technically. So good luck. So I just want to make sure that you understand why I'm here. And I'm not a resident of Leon Valley. But again, I look toward this council to be working very hard toward a solution, because one of the things that when we were working on LC-17 is that we looked at life safety, and that was kind of the paramount part of the project, even though there were a lot of challenges during that project. So thank you very much for letting me be here today, and just want to let you know who I am and what I'm doing here.
Thank you, and I had invited you to come and to look at this with different eyes, so I appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
All righty. Great, yes. One more thing. And usually I just have one person talk, but I'll let you.
Triggered a thought in my mind. San Pedro Creek, in the center of the city of San Antonio, they've done a wonderful job of creating a more natural area there. Maybe we could copy some of those designs.
That'd be great.
And put it out here.
Thank
Yeah, that's
you.
fantastic.
I like
But,
that
the San
suggestion.
Pedro Springs, they have an underwater spring that feeds it all the time. This is going to be dried most of the time.
I'm talking about the banks and the things that,
Okay,
yeah,
yes,
I'm not
yeah,
talking about the stream, I'm talking
looks
about the
pretty
bank
good,
areas
yeah, I
and
like
things that
that.
they did, yeah.
All right, very good. Okie dokie. Anything else for the good of the cause? All right, thank you so much. Now, on the next presentation, okay, but now I'm seeing that it's really logistically not very feasible. I asked Crystal to set up some tables because I thought maybe on the vision and mission we needed to kind of be around the table, but that's going to take a lot of time. Do y'all want to just stay put rather than go through all that? I know. But anyway, thank you, Crystal. Thank you all very much. Y'all have a good weekend. Appreciate y'all being here. So we'll just stay here for the vision and the mission. But sometimes I think it's good to be around a table to, exchange ideas a little bit more intimate. Okay, this is our table. All right, Mr. Bradshaw. But we're so far away. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Caldera. She had the tables ready for me, and I do appreciate that. Okay. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning.
You
So
bet.
I think we're going to start off with the mission statement and see how far we get.
Mm-hmm.
And so the mission statement says, our current mission statement is the City of Leon Valley will provide our community with a superior quality of life by balancing social equity, environmental stewardship, and economic development to achieve sustainability. The mayor submitted a recommendation for a mission statement. This was, oh, sorry. Time's up. It's time to go.
Okay. Bye.
The mayor's mission statement says the City of Leon Valley is building a community with a high quality of life for its citizens by maintaining excellent services, parks, and amenities, ensuring fiscal responsibility, promoting economic development, and I think ensuring needs to be Ian.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
And then
okay.
and promoting economic development. There needs to be an and in there. We will work to become. Sorry, I'm just reading it out loud. Just
No,
copy
that's
and paste it
okay.
there.
I mean-
We will work to become a resilient and sustainable city with full participation from our citizens. So that was the mayor's recommendation. Councilman Campos submitted one, and it says the City of Leon Valley will provide our community with a superior quality of life by balancing safety and security, fiscal responsibility, economic development, and environmental stewardship to achieve sustainability. I did a combination of what the mayor had and what Mr. Campos submitted, and this is what I came up with. The City of Leon Valley will provide our community with a superior quality of life by balancing safety and security, fiscal responsibility, economic development, and maintaining an excellent park and amenity system to achieve a resilient and sustainable community. So that was kind of combining the mayor's and Mr. Campos's together. I had AI do a combination.
Oh, wow.
And so this is what AI came up with as the combination of the two. And it says the City of Leon Valley is committed to creating sustaining a community with a superior quality of life through a balanced approach encompassing social equity, environmental stewardship, economic development, fiscal responsibility. We aim to achieve sustainability. We prioritize excellent services, parks, and amenities, fostering citizen participation and promoting resilience. In our journey to strive to build a vibrant and enduring city that meets the needs of our citizens while preserving the well-being of the future generation. That is a long mission
I
statement.
am surprised that AI got so wordy.
I did
you
too,
know?
but it did. AI, I just shot it in there.
Yeah.
And then, so I think we should have a conversation about the mission statement first. And so I do think short is normally better.
I think so too. And I didn't do anything other than the mission because I thought we needed to agree on the mission before we could go to the vision. So, and plus it's hard to try to come up with the ideas. But
Or
anyways.
you can leave your mission statement alone.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
add just fiscal responsibility.
Yeah,
or something.
okay. Mr. Bradshaw.
So I apologize, I did not send one in, Crystal, even though I was the one that said that we should do that.
I don't know.
And
AI probably would have given me a whole paper.
I was going to say the dog ate my homework, but anyways. But I agree. I was looking at the other cities that you sent out. Thank you for that. And, especially the AI one seems very wordy and long. And most of the mission statements that I've reviewed are very short and succinct and to the point. And so I like Mayor and Councilor Campos, what you've both sent in, but I just tried to make it a little bit shorter. I just wrote one as we were looking here.
Oh, you just wrote one?
Yeah.
Oh my
and I
gosh,
just
okay.
said, the City of Leon Valley is committed to protecting quality of life, liberty, and safety of our community and promoting responsible economic development. And I don't know, we could add maybe something to it like that, but I think something short like that would go with the main purpose of city government.
Can you read it again?
The City of Leon Valley is committed to protecting the quality of life, liberty, and safety of our community and promoting responsible economic development. And again, we can add some of the stuff that you guys put in, but I just don't want to make it this huge.
Certainly. I agree. I think sustainability and resiliency is important as we go forward because of the changing environment. And plus, we've been rooted in environmental sustainability for 34 years. So I just would hate to lose that. So with all due respect, Mr. Bradshaw, we could certainly keep tweaking it. Mr. Martinez.
I looked at all the samples, and I really liked Live Oaks. serving with excellence, cultivating innovative and strategic partnerships along public and private investments to ensure Live Oak is resilient, inclusive, and prosperous. I like a very short and sweet mission statement.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Campos?
I like all the suggestions. I do feel like we need to put in the fiscal responsibility. I think that's paramount to what we need to be doing as a council.
I agree with that.
Okay. Anything else? Mr. Roscoe, what do you
Same
think?
here, but they were all great. But I wanted to add economic development to it.
Yeah, I think economic development was,
Is this the one that Dr. Cardera did?
this is the combination,
Combination.
yeah, of mine and Mr.
If you can go back to
Campos's.
the mayor,
I just really, I'm really into full participation from our citizens if we could get them more actively involved. But that's kind of, I guess, a given, isn't it? I don't know.
where it says that we will work to become resilient. I was going to say we will continue to work to become or to be resilient and sustainable, because we're actually working on it every day, not just to become. But no, I like the combination that Dr. Cardera did, and that's.
Okay, all right. Mr. Stevens, how about you? What is your input?
I didn't send one in. I'm more of a visual person, so it's a little bit hard because I don't have any of them and any of these ones in front of me either, except what I've kind of tried to jot down. I don't like the word excellent. I actually saw a lot of the samples have the word excellent in them. I don't know how to define excellent. It's just like it just reminds me of like in second grade when the teacher would write excellent on your paper. And like, what does that mean,
Well, then what word would you use?
I
Above
don't know.
average?
I mean, there's a lot of them with the word excellent. I won't lie.
I know.
I just think that's like a very childish word that can mean different things to different people. So like excellent when you're in second grade usually means like mediocre, you met the standards, right? I also, regarding like resilient and sustainable, resilient I like, but the word sustain, and that's where I'm kind of coming from, just like adjective or like words to describe, and then try to combine a bunch of them. Sustainable, I don't, what does sustainable mean? Like, how would you define it in terms of local government?
That's a good question. I know what resilient means in my book.
Self-sustained city without.
Yeah, and resilient is preparing for the unknown. That's basically, that's going to come our way. So, but yeah, exactly. We maintain our.
So we're aiming for sustainability in terms of like financial sustainability?
Well, see, when we did the mission statement, it was those three: social equity, environmental stewardship, and economic development. Those were the three components of becoming a sustainable city. If you balance those three qualities, then you achieve sustainability. That was our whole thrust when we got this grant back in 2008 about what sustainability meant. Yeah.
So going to the combination one, what does it mean balancing safety and security?
So I don't know. So
Is this like a ChatGPT?
So no.
No,
I
this is a
combined
combination.
Mr. Campos. This is just a combination of Mr. Campos and the mayor. So Mr. Campos had balancing safety and security. I just took what he had, and like the mayor had similar things that Mr. Campos had, but he didn't have parks. So I added the parks and amenities. And then he didn't have resilient, and so I added the mayor's resiliency to this. I was just trying to compromise. It's not my mission. If you want me to write one for you, I can. But I've said multiple times to y'all, I was just trying to compromise on words or phrases that maybe y'all thought were important and combine them into one. Your mission statement really should just be one sentence. It should be like, where are you going, and what? And your vision statement should be like the plan to kind of get there with your goals and objectives and all that. But
So why would what does the word balance mean to you, and why would you use that, like, instead of prioritize, for example?
Mr. Campos.
I think in the context that I was using it is that we know that there's rising crime around our community and in our community. But we cannot hire 40 more police officers to control that. So there's a balance there between what we can afford and the safety we can provide. That's where I was coming.
I get that.
Yeah,
That's
okay, yeah.
So you're balancing the words with each other, really. I see.
Okay. Any thoughts from anyone that's in our chambers this morning from our community? If y'all had any insight? Okay. They're quiet this morning. All right. Yes, Mr. Martinez.
I kind of like the combination. It's one sentence. It's short, brief, and to the point.
Okay. Anyone else want to tweak the combination or go for it? Yes.
I still think it's too wordy.
You think it's too wordy? Okay.
Too long.
Okay. How would you shorten it?
If we use your sentence, the mayor wants to add resilience and
So,
sustainability.
yeah, so I
You know
kind
what
of
mean?
just added this, and it'd be better probably if I put it up on the screen, but,
Well, and I guess I had a question about liberty. Tell me about that. Yeah.
so liberty is, you know, especially with, current events and history, basically protecting citizens' rights. And freedoms, right? So that's where I'm looking at it as, you know, the city government mission as well as our city staffs, you know, following. When Crystal mentioned about stuff before, she said, you know, the staff doesn't follow the mission and vision because it's kind of too vague, not specific enough. So it would be, I was thinking of it more as like, what's the purpose of the city government? What are we doing, right? So it's protecting quality of life, liberty, and safety, right? Obviously, we're in charge of the safety of the citizens and the community.
Health and safety.
Yeah, health and safety, right? So that's why where I was coming from. So I just revised it, said the city of Leon Valley is committed to protecting quality of life, liberty, and safety of our community while promoting resilience, sustainability, and responsible economic development.
Here, you want to put it on here and I can show it on the screen?
Sure.
Can you try to blend in fiscal responsibility?
I did put that. Oh, I put responsible economic development, but yeah, we could change that probably to fiscal.
I think fiscal responsibility is a good one, too, that needs to be included.
And I would rearrange and put quality of life, whatever your word was, safety or security, and then liberty, like just in terms of.
I didn't know if any of the other cities had the word liberty in it. That's why I was asking. I didn't see that. Yeah, so that was a new one.
So you want to put in economic development, or what did you say, Josh? Not economic development.
Something about
financial
responsibility or
fiscal responsibility.
Yeah.
But I agree with Josh to put safety before liberty because I think that's health and safety is our primary responsibility.
Yeah.
As a city.
Protecting quality.
Yeah,
of life.
I mean not, and still keeping liberty, but just putting that health and safety or just safety.
Oh, 1 sec. It doesn't. Is committed to protecting and of our community. 1 sec. It just needs to be somehow fixed to flow. Is committed to protecting quality of life, safety, liberty. Wait, just take of our community out.
Yeah, get rid of and.
And or just put while, you could delete the whole 4 words,
Yeah,
yeah.
and was because there was 3 of them. It was life, safety, and liberty.
Oh,
Saying
okay,
and
so
to-
just add the word and before.
And in
it.
front of liberty.
Well, do you want to add fiscal
Yeah.
responsibility in here? So you can put life, safety, liberty.
Yeah, but we're not
and-
protecting fiscal responsibility, right? The first 3 things are, what are we doing? And then at the end is, you can put, while promoting fiscal responsibility, resiliency, sustainability, right? Yeah. And then take the comma out after liberty.
Get rid of the comma after safety.
And liberty,
You don't have, I mean, you can.
while promoting
Yeah, you can
resilience,
leave it.
sustainability.
Well, we could actually put promoting fiscal responsibility first before
Right.
the resilience and sustainability, I think, because that's again, another primary responsibility of our city. Oh. Oh. Well, I actually thought the fiscal responsibility is promoting, right? But I don't know.
While promoting, prioritizing.
Mhm. Yeah, right in front of resilience.
Yeah, put it right there.
Right.
Comma. There you go.
Resilience, sustainability, and what does responsible economic development mean?
So I just threw that in there where it was kind of,
Specifically the word responsible.
yeah, I was thinking of, fiscal responsibility when I put that in there. That's why I was thinking of, so you could take out responsible.
What's
from
another
it.
word that should
Because you're
go
saying
with economic?
responsibility, then responsible at the end as
Yeah,
well. It's
right.
Yeah.
Again, too wordy.
Or just economic development,
you
period.
could just
Yeah,
delete
Yeah,
just
that's
take
what I
out
was
the
gonna say. You could just
responsible.
take out responsible in front of
Right.
economic development, Crystal.
And so as a proposal, what if, what about instead of the word, wait until she, okay.
Yeah.
So just, and I don't know what, I'm just throwing it out there, but your opinions on if we use the word prioritizing instead of promoting?
No, I like that.
Yeah, okay.
Is it better?
yeah. Well, prioritizing means it's important.
It's important.
It's important, yeah. Not
Promoting
that
is kind of
promoting
like
is more
a- seems like
it's a
marketing.
cheerleading thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And,
Yeah.
and actually, that's a good point, Counselor Stevens. I was thinking about earlier too, is going back to like it's not the government's job to, like you said, market, to promote this and that so
Yeah.
much. I mean, we do, right, with the
But
4th of July and
prioritizing,
stuff.
I
but-
like that.
So
That's
I think
really good, yeah.
that's good.
City of Leon Valley is committed to protecting quality of life, safety, and liberty while prioritizing.
Hey, that's
Okay,
looking
so
pretty
the
good.
one thing I would change,
What?
so I think resilience needs to be changed to resiliency, or,
Yeah, because of ability and sustainability, yeah, right.
I tried that and it gave me a typo. Try it
Good.
though.
how's it
There is
spelled?
resiliency.
It was
Yeah,
like,
there
that's
is
not a word.
There we go.
Okay, it looks like we're gonna, maybe I spelled it wrong. Yeah, I think that's good.
What do y'all think? I think it's coming together.
What are the citizens
Short
think?
and sweet and to the point, right? I'm sorry. Tina, did you have something? Come on up. Oh,
I was just wondering, so read the final draft of what you've come
read the
up
final draft. It's right up there on the screen.
Oh,
The
I can
city of Leon, go ahead,
Oh,
ahead,
no, you
Mr. Stevens.
read it.
Go ahead, Mr.
The
Stevens, you
the
read it.
city of Leon Valley is committed to protecting quality of life, safety, and liberty while prioritizing fiscal responsibility, resiliency, sustainability, and economic development.
I mean, I think we're hitting on all the,
Yeah, I think that's a lot better. It's less wordy. It's.
I think that's really
Yeah.
good, actually. Yeah.
thank you. I appreciate you doing that. Spur of the moment. Do you know how long I spent on my mission statement? Days.
I was there. I was having like writer's block.
Yeah, there you go. You had writer's block. Don't see, that's almost better. Yeah, anyway. Okay. All right, we're going to go for it, guys? So should we have a motion and a second to adopt it?
I don't even think we have action on it.
Oh, we don't have
So-
action, that's right.
Worried
We'll
about
put it all
Back
together.
to
Okay,
the-
great, thank you.
This is just like, we got this part, so
This
now
is
we gotta
just
discuss
discussion, yeah,
vision,
okay.
vision statement. It's 10, so y'all can we can move forward and kind of have a slight discussion on vision. I know you said y'all could go till about noon, or we can end right now and I can get input again from y'all on vision, however y'all would like to move forward.
Okay, so let me hear from the
You can
council.
keep going for a little
I
while
think
on
I can
vision.
keep going till at least till about 11:15, about another hour, if we can. What do you think?
Yeah, I can go on
'Cause I
from
know
about
you've got-
11:30. I've got to,
Yeah, I've got
gotta
a
be at the
wedding I've got to
library
go
at,
to this
12
afternoon.
o'clock.
Yeah, okay. Okay, vision, that's,
So this is the vision statement. Mr. Campos is the only one that's
oh yeah,
submitted-
I didn't do a vision statement.
Submitted a version of a vision statement.
Okay,
And he put vision statement, the city of Leon Valley will be a sustainable community by providing, responding to citizens and businesses in a fair and transparent and prompt manner, excellence in the delivery of police, fire, EMS, and reliable water and sewer services, financial excellence and transparency, economic development and sustainability, and environmental responsibility, was what he came up with.
okay.
Again, this is your current vision statement. I didn't do a combination of anything because he was.
Yeah,
on the
because
line.
I felt we needed to get the mission down before we could do the vision, but anyway. Yes, sir, go ahead, Mr.
Yeah, so
Bradshaw.
can we take, I like Philip's draft or first thing, but if we take this now in lieu of the mission statement and see how it relates, or if there's any overlap or combination, you know?
Yes, Mr. Stevens.
Can I just read like a summary of what we're trying to do with a vision statement?
Yeah,
Yep.
please.
And I'll start by saying what our mission statement, which I believe this does fit. I believe the one we just created. So mission statements instill confidence and belief in the local government. This is as it pertains to local
Okay.
government. In the local government and city council exudes a sense of pride and ownership, and it also causes increased trust with citizens. The vision statement creates, and this is like from OpenGov, but it creates a clear alignment of work from leadership to departments and defines goals at all planning levels, which can be objectively measured. So that's what we're trying to do with this. I guess I just wanted to start with.
Oh, good, I'm glad you did that. Thank you. Okay. I wish, is there any way we could have the mission statement? So I could, you know, so we could kind of, can you put the copy and paste the mission statement on top of the vision? Thank you. Yeah, I meant to. Okay, so. Well, I think to be consistent, we probably need to use resilience and sustainability together on that first sentence. I don't know. I mean, and yeah, by provided, just colon, yeah, by, yeah. A sustainable and resilient, resilient. Okay. Okay. Responding in a fair, transparent, prompt manner.
And I don't know if you want to add anything on the first bullet, you know, where it encompasses liberty. That's what I was trying to provide something about how we deal.
So,
Okay, I see what you're saying. We should do something with liberty there. Yes, Mr.
yeah, I was
Bradshaw.
going to say, instead of responding to citizens and businesses, I was going to say treating citizens and businesses in a fair, transparent, prompt
Treating,
manner.
okay.
You know,
All right.
treating everybody the same.
Yeah.
I mean, responding is part of it, right? But
Okay, Mr. Stevens, do you have another idea there?
This is just my opinion.
That's okay.
So I think that we should, instead of saying we will be a sustainable and resilient community by, I think that we should say, we will protect the quality of life, protect safety, and protect liberty by, and then the examples use, make wise fiscal decisions that serve the greater good, that type, like instead of starting with.
Okay, so you want to change the first sentence, the city of Leon Valley will be instead of sustainable and resilient community, you wanted to put what there?
It looks like a lot of the cities do this all different ways too.
Yeah.
But we could do separate
I would say
statements,
break it into
and
two
we could say
different
the city of Leon Valley will protect quality of life by, and then give examples that kind of follow under each thing. So protecting
Then
quality
protect
of
safety,
make
and then
make fiscally wise decisions regarding it's hard to make this up without writing it out.
Yeah.
But yeah, we could bullet point underneath there. Remember, we're trying. So the objective is to give
From this-
an objective, something that can be objectively assessed, that kind of guides department heads, so to speak.
So are these
on a
our
day-to-day
goals
basis.
that we're setting, and then we'll do objectives to each one of these? Is that how that
It
works?
looks like cities do it a variety of
Yeah, I
ways.
know.
But I think that's one way to do it.
Yes, Mr. Roscoe.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Campos, it's pretty good. But right under vision statement, just the city of Leon Valley will be sustainable and resilient. Should be, it's not a complete sentence, it should be, the city of Leon Valley will be a sustainable and be a resilient community. Be a
Okay.
resilient community.
Okay.
Well, it already has BA. When you
Yeah.
say it will be a sustainable and resilient,
Yeah.
you don't have to put it
Yeah,
twice.
you don't have to put it in twice, yeah. I agree with you, Mr. Bradshaw, yeah.
You don't have to put BA again, because, yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr.
Should
Martinez,
we-
go ahead.
Should we mention history in here someplace? We have a
History?
long history.
Mm-hmm.
Huebner Onion House and
Sure.
Well, maybe at the end, protecting our history, I don't know.
Their inner
Protecting our
history.
deep roots, I don't know. Yes, who?
go ahead.
Mr. Campos, go ahead.
While I appreciate protecting the Onion House, that's really, is it a city property? It belongs to a different corporation.
It belongs to the 501c3, right. We just have an MOU, we have a partnership with them, yeah.
So that's why I don't know if it belongs necessarily in
Right.
here, at least specifically called out, maybe in another
Well,
generic
but we
global way.
had in our, I guess not the vision statements, but then on our goals, we had a category for cultural, historical, and that's where the Historical Society property would fall. Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
So on the second one, excellence, and so this is, Counselor Stevens doesn't like excellence. But I just looked up synonyms, right?
Okay,
And
what did it say?
maybe exceptional, police, fire, EMS
That's even
services.
better than
Is that-
excellence.
Yeah,
That's
that's
1 degree
better.
higher, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Don't you think?
I think
uh-huh,
it sounds better, yeah.
Uh-huh.
So exceptional, I don't know. if we did
Delivery,
put
just delivery of serve.
Yeah, there you go.
Exceptional delivery of, yeah.
Police, fire, EMS.
Uh-huh,
Yeah,
right.
there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Josh.
Let's see, financial, what's another synonym for excellence that you have over there?
Outstanding, brilliant, first
Okay.
rate, admirable,
Okay.
or other ones, so.
Yes, Counselor Stevens. Outstanding financial, I don't know.
So sustainable and resiliency are different words, right? And they can be measured in different ways. I guess I just don't understand how, for example, treating citizens and businesses in a fair, transparent, and prompt manner is what makes us sustainable. For example. Like you see how we're starting with a statement and then by in how does the exceptional delivery of police, fire, and EMS and water and sewer have to do with sustainability?
Economic excellence, I just leave it at that.
Well, part of being sustainable is to, is that social equity component that we're going to treat everybody fairly, and that's businesses as well. But resilience is how are we going to prepare for the unknown that's coming our way? And I
think of COVID when I think of resiliency.
Resilient or a climate disaster. How are we preparing for that? It's not a matter of if, it's when. So.
Yeah, I guess the whole treating citizens and businesses in a fair, transparent, and prompt manner. That's probably a good statement to have on here. I just don't know how it belongs under sustainability. I guess I I struggle with understanding what sustainability means in this context, so I'll probably just continue to have issues with that.
Yes, Mr. Orozco.
On the second sentence, we have transparent, and then we're using it again on the fourth line. Are we being redundant? Can we just put financial excellence? We were using transparent up here. And, whatever you guys feel, but I just think that we were being a bit redundant by using it just, if we just put financial excellence and leave the transparency out, we already got transparent up in the second sentence. Whatever you guys feel.
What's another word for transparent, though?
Yeah, I don't know. Yes, synonyms. So the thing with the transparency, right? I think it's important in finances, but we talked about it in our mission statement about fiscal responsibility. So I think we maybe want to tie in a kind of, like Josh said earlier, a goal of transparency or of responsibility with finances.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Mr. Campos, and then I do have Maria Gamboa that would like to comment. Yes, go ahead.
So I was thinking of the financial transparency is that how did we come up with our budget so the citizens can clearly understand how we did that? Any decisions that involves, our finances, we're doing it in open public meetings. And that's where I was coming from with transparency. The other, with the first bullet, what I was trying to get to is that, when we're treating citizens in a fair manner, that everybody is being treated equally. Not you get an open record, so you're not going to get one, or whatever that situation is, and that we're perfectly transparent on how we come up with these decisions. And so that was the reason, the two transparencies.
Okay. Ms. Gamboa, good evening. Good morning.
Forest Meadow. Treating is just really not a good word for that. I think maybe responding kind of in that manner, because treating it doesn't sound right.
That's what we changed it from. It was responding.
Yeah, because treating is out. It doesn't belong there. It doesn't. To me, it doesn't. Anyway.
You think responding is a better word?
Maybe in that category.
Or do you have another word?
Responding in that category rather than treating, because treating is. I don't know how to explain it, but I'm going to treat you good. I'm going to treat you bad. It's just that. It doesn't belong there, I don't think. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
I have to say I disagree. I don't understand why you wouldn't want to be treating people equally, right? So responding is very narrow to you're just responding to the citizens instead of treating them a certain way. So I don't.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, we have a few new people that came in, so if y'all have any ideas, feel free to share them. Okay. How about on that exceptional delivery, just flipping that around and go delivery of exceptional police, fire, EMS. I don't know. That's just a small little thing I saw. Financial excellence and transparency. So
It looks like a lot of
we wouldn't
cities
want to
don't have
promote
vision.
economic development, though. You know, we didn't use the word, but do we want to promote economic development, don't we? And redevelopment? I don't know. Excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Mayor, I
Yeah.
agree with you, kind of, and maybe
Uh-huh.
Councilor Stevens, we talked about this before about putting adjectives in the front of
Mhm,
some of
mhm,
these bullet
mhm,
points.
yeah.
So promote economic
Yeah.
development and stability,
Mhm.
right? Provide
Opportunities.
financial excellence and transparency,
Uh-huh.
or you know, something like that. We can
Right.
put those in the front of them if we want to do that. It's kind of like, how do we do it, right? So
Uh-huh.
promote, yeah, provide financial.
And maybe maintain environmental responsibility, because we've been pretty good about,
Yeah.
we have a long history of environmental stewardship.
And then, but back to what you said before about the police, fire, and EMS, deliver exceptional.
Yeah,
Police,
delivery
fire.
or deliver or, yeah,
Deliver, right?
yeah, just flip that around. Hmm.
Deliver exceptional, Crystal,
Mm.
in front of police.
Yeah, deliver. I thought that was,
And then you take out the second one. There you go.
and then it would be treat then,
Right.
and not treating.
There you go. There you go.
Okay. Does everybody agree with the word treat? Or, Mr. Stevens,
I don't think this is.
I think I
I
see
think
some.
we're missing the mark. I don't think this
These-
is a vision statement,
Okay.
and maybe this is why a lot of cities don't have it.
Mm-hmm.
This is these would be core values. I mean, a vision is like how you picture the future being, and how you you know, in our case, how the department heads are gonna make that occur. And this is more like a day-to-day type of. This isn't like in the future we hope to be fair, transparent, and prompt.
This is right now. You want to change from vision statement to core values? Because
that's what other cities did, maybe?
That's where everybody's going, is core values. I don't know. I always kind of look at it as, you know, don't lie, cheat, and steal, you
have
know?
to have a vision, I mean.
Well, that's true.
You
Yeah,
have
so
a
like maybe
mission
that's what it
statement,
is,
and then
core.
if you have your core values, then your goals and objectives can meet your core values. If you look at our old vision statement, that was the idea, right? The vision was to get to like this level of social equity and economic development.
Sustainability,
and,
yeah, by
And
balancing those
so,
three.
You know, and then you had goals and objectives that try to meet the vision in your mission statement. So it just depends on like what you're doing. I sent y'all a ton of examples, and I wanted y'all to see that there's not really one right way to do it, and the best way to do it is how y'all want to illustrate to the community
Sure.
and direct your staff moving forward. And so you can do a mission statement with just core values and no vision statement. There's a lot of cities that
Oh,
do it
yeah,
that way.
I saw that.
And then there's some that have a mission statement, no vision, and no core values, but just have goals and objectives to meet their mission statement. So there's a variety of ways that you can do it, and no right way is is wrong or anything. So
Okay, so what do y'all think about Dr. Caldero's suggestion? Yes, Mr. Martinez.
I think what we have down here is more of core values instead of a vision statement. Vision, I agree with Councilor,
Whatever his name is.
yeah.
Stevens.
Stevens.
What's his
that,
face?
This is
What's his face?
What's his name?
you know, the vision statement should be something projecting in the future.
Yeah, I agree. It
Yeah,
should be core
that's
values.
right.
It makes more sense.
Everybody agree to change that to core values? Do I have consensus on that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you think so,
So-
Mr.
so
Stevens
I have-
and
I-
Mr.
I-
Orozco? I haven't seen your shaking of your head, core values, instead of
I would just
the
say
vision?
then we should make that first one a bullet as well, and just have them, instead of saying we'll do this by
okay.
this, and then, you know, core values are treat citizens and business, deliver external, provide, you know, we have our bullet points, and that first one should be a bullet point as well, somehow.
So I have a suggestion for the opening of this, of the opening of core values. So instead of the city of Leon Valley will be a sustainable and resilient community, which frankly I still don't understand. how about the city of Leon Valley will foster a city that is resilient to challenges, sustainable for future generations, and economically dynamic, by, or, and then list out the things. Or I think it's beneficial to explain, like, to somehow explain what sustainable and resilient, like, in what context are we talking? I'll just say it again. We strive to foster a city, or the city of Leon Valley strives to foster an environment or a city that is resilient to challenges, sustainable for future generations, and economically dynamic. Or
I like that. That sounds like a vision statement.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of, right? Like it's just one kind of you said we strive for, like that's looking for the future.
That's a vision.
It seems like
Yeah.
it's a vision statement.
Mm-hmm.
What you're saying.
yeah,
Well, Dr. Caldera sent us all these samples, and Bernie, we got Bernie's too, so they have a mission, a vision, and values.
yeah, they have it all.
Yeah, they have it all. And so their vision is the city of Bernie is a model of an engaged and dynamic community centered on the tenets of safety and security, financial excellence, economic stability, unique community charm, historical stewardship, that was your idea, Mr. Martinez, and environmental responsibility. So I don't know. I mean, it's just, there's so many ways we can go. So yes, Mr. Martinez.
I kind of like Katie's. Katie's is a community rich in traditions with heritage of small town charm. We are focused on strategic economic growth with a commitment to fiscal responsibility and sustainability.
Just the history part is just not part of your mission. Like you're getting, remember, they all have to tie in and overlap.
Yeah. Yes, I know, Ms. Jason, you can't come to the podium because, yeah, if you'll just, so if you'll just kind of yell it out so we can try to get it recorded.
I was saying if you wanted to keep it as it is, in the beginning you could say the city of Leon Valley shall strive to continue, and then, or shall continue to strive for, and then everything is listed there. And that sets your goal. The city of Leon Valley shall strive for, or continue to strive for, which shows it's an ongoing presence of what we're shooting for as a city. Yeah.
What do y'all think about that?
Continue to strive for.
And that's a vision. That's a vision, yeah.
Yeah, I'm using that word when I'm
Uh-huh.
writing something out.
Right.
That's why I'm not talking. But
So then you would flip the sustainable and resilient community on the first line. Okay,
future.
okay. What's our adjective?
Future
Yeah,
for
the
all
sustainable
by-
and resilient community.
by how did Bernie? Oh, I don't like how.
Rita's a pretty good wordsmith. You're a pretty good wordsmith, Rita.
Okay, so
Yeah.
actually we can kind of use so use the same bullet points from this. Although they needed, like, the end of the verb needs to be changed to, like, by providing, delivering, that sort of thing. So the city of Leon Valley strives to foster a community that is resilient to challenges, sustainable for future generations, and economically dynamic, ensuring a prosperous and harmonious future for all by, and then you would have treating citizens and businesses in a fair and transparent
see.
and prompt manner, delivering exceptional police like all
Okay.
the bullet points.
And is that going to be core,
That could be more of a vision.
is that a vision then, right?
Yeah.
Not a core
So
value?
the City of Leon Valley strives to foster
Strives to foster.
strives to foster a community that is resilient to challenges, comma, sustainable for future generations, comma, comma, and economically dynamic. Economically, this can be fixed also if there's issues, comma, one more comma, ensuring a prosperous and harmonious future.
Hold on.
Prosperous.
Harmonious is what we were missing before.
And then it would be
Ray and my
by,
tenure.
then it would be by colon,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, exactly.
Hold on. Prosperous and harmonious.
Future
Future
and harmonious future
by,
for all.
oh, for all, okay.
Harmonious future.
Future
For all,
for
yeah.
all by, and then like colon.
And then the bullet points.
So I would say on this, though, if we just left it, the City of Leon Valley strives to foster a community that is resilient to challenges, sustainable for future generations, and economically dynamic, ensuring a prosperous and a harmonious future for all, period.
Period.
And that's our vision. I would say that's the
okay.
vision. And
Yeah.
then you have our core values.
Then the
that-
core values would follow that. Oh, good idea.
I gotcha. What do y'all think?
Okay, I like that.
Oh, excuse me.
Tina's over there falling to pieces. Continue to strive for.
I think continues should be there. It shows what we.
Well, I thought we had
Yeah, but
continue
this
to
is supposed to
strive
be about
for.
the future. The future.
Continue, I had four. I had continue to strive for, but it was continue to strive.
So this would be the vision statement.
Okay. What about the input about striving for rather than strive to? Is that something we need to
Oh,
look
to
at?
strive for.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Even though it strives.
Strive,
I
instead
don't
of
know. I
strive
think
to,
you strive to foster.
for, oh,
I think it sounds better.
You'd have to change the verbs to go along
Yeah,
with that if you do. Yeah, that's actually
The City of Leon
that's
Valley
a
is
good
committed
idea
to
to end it right there for vision.
mission, the City of Leon Valley. Quality of life, safety, liberty, what part? Strives to foster.
And then these are our core values.
So that one would go under in a bullet, yeah. But we have to set it up to where it's the same, same,
Yeah,
same
so
structure.
I think
Yeah.
it should be all bullet points under
Yeah,
core
I do too.
values.
That's what I was going to say.
So we
too.
got to redo that first
The
one.
first one, can we make it a bullet somehow? And take out the city of, it would just be sustainable and resilient community.
Yeah.
Right?
I think this should
Be a make it simple. Be a sustainable and resilient community. Will be.
Well, we don't say will be, because it's still, they're all
Yeah.
adjectives, right? Like, so just, but I don't know what's another.
Somebody have another word in front of sustainable and resilient community?
I just don't think that should be the first one. I think maybe
Oh.
treating citizens and businesses in a
True, we can
fair,
reprioritize
transparent,
it. Yeah,
something that's very. What would y'all say the purpose of core values is? I was trying to look it up.
I had never seen core values before. Yes, Mr. Yarnell.
I thought the same thing, but we have maintain
But we
right
have
above
maintain
it.
environmental responsibility.
What's an adjective for another synonym? Uphold.
Continue environmental responsibility, or uphold, okay,
Maintain. Yeah, maintain, it goes well with that one, I think.
yeah.
If you delete it, it will come back to the. the bullet.
Get rid of by.
Yeah.
Just backspace and then one more and then go return. There you go. No, it didn't do it. That's weird.
It is weird.
Okay, my computer does that all the
Click your
time.
bullets at the top. It should add it.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
better save it.
Click your bullet on the.
Save it before it
all of them and then hit the
shuts
bullet
down.
That's all right.
You save it.
I'm trying to. I'm like, oh no.
It's gonna delete it.
No,
Crash.
that's what I was like, because
No,
we
no,
don't.
no,
Start
no,
over.
no, not all this work that
Can
we've
remember
done.
what it is. It's a test.
Yeah, uh-huh. Well, she was cutting and pasting, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh. Now you did it.
Okay.
So
I'm like, oh no, we're saving
highlight
it
all
everywhere.
all those ones that are bulleted, including the last one, and then hit the bullet button again. Okay. So they'll all be the same.
So, how are we defining core values?
That works. Oh, no. They still
How are we defining core? Oh, Rita's a good wordsmith, let me tell you.
No, I just had
Yeah.
Linda hand me her laptop here
okay.
because I'm Rita Burnside from Forest Oaks, and she brought up the mission statement and core values from San Antonio. Not that we,
Oh, from San
anything
Antonio.
close
Okay,
to them, but
we didn't review that one.
very, very simple.
Mm-hmm.
In simplicity is value. It says mission statement. We deliver quality city services and commit to achieve San Antonio's vision of prosperity for our diverse, vibrant, and historic community. Core values. Teamwork. We work together to make San Antonio better. Teamwork. Integrity. We model ethical behavior. Innovation. We are driven by continuous improvement. Professionalism. We are qualified, skilled, and committed. And I think it's a wonderful, wonderful.
So they just had a mission and core values. They didn't have a vision, right?
That's all part of the vision.
Oh, it's all part of the
no,
vision?
that's core value.
Yeah, core
But I
values is
think
what I thought.
The mission and core values, yeah.
Okay, that's what I wanted
There's-
to say. They didn't have a separate
Doesn't
vision
say-
statement.
no,
That's all I wanted to
The-
clarify.
so
Thank you.
I like our
Yeah.
mission statement more than theirs, but I like their core values
Yeah.
more than ours.
Yeah, uh-huh.
I like, so they did one word,
Yeah.
and then they explained what that word
Mhm.
meant.
Mhm.
And we could add a lot of other ones. If
You want to steal from them? No, I'm just teasing.
Let's plagiarize.
Yeah, no, won't do that. Won't do that.
We want to be unique.
Yeah, we want to be unique, that's right. I don't know, we just, worked this out so beautifully, I thought, and it was collectively, which I loved.
That's what we have right here.
You know.
To the point.
Promote economic development and stability.
I think we need to say maintain a sustainable and resilient community. Yeah. Anyone else on the mission, vision, and core values?
Yeah, that actually is.
What do you think?
What do you mean?
Oh, Linda.
Hello.
Yay,
good,
I'm so
good
glad
morning.
you're here. Thank you for
guys.
coming.
What a wonderful opportunity. My name is Linda Mefford. I'm in, where am I?
Oh,
Forest.
excuse me just a second. I want the council to be
Oh, mine is
able
very,
to listen
very
to
small.
you.
I just think
No.
that quality of life is a fabulous term, and I think it encompasses safety and liberty. So I think I would suggest you could just say quality of life, because safety and liberty is part of a good quality of life. Thank you.
Okay, all right. All right.
I would argue that that's what separates the United States from a lot of other countries, is that there is quality of life in other countries, but they don't necessarily have personal liberty, i.e. North Korea, Russia.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I like it the way it is.
Okay,
I'm very happy with the way it is.
okay.
Yeah. We could go on for the next hour tweaking it and adding words, removing words
Yeah.
and changing, but I'm happy with what we have right here.
Okay. Right. So then, Crystal, what's the next step?
So the next step, so it's up to you. You can go
Okay.
about it and take it back to the residents, see what they like, do a whole little like get feedback situation. You could just leave it, and we can start muddling through the goals and objectives.
The goals and objectives, yeah.
So now that we have, you know, what's kind of important to the council, we can start taking a look at the goals we currently have and some objectives for those goals and what the council would like to add for those goals. That's where the staff struggles mostly with. I mean, we understand your mission and your current mission and your vision statement. Where we struggle with is your current goals and objectives aren't very clear. And so I just want to make that clear because I know somebody mentioned that, you know, we didn't understand the mission because it was vague. The mission is supposed to be vague. It's just to the point and the direction you want to go in. It's where you get to your goals and objectives that need to be succinct. So we know, you know, we don't bring you a creek realignment because y'all want to protect trees. We bring, you know, we know what direction we're moving in. So that's up to y'all of how y'all would like to proceed with that. You know, you can, again, we can set another meeting date and y'all can submit to me your goals and objectives and I can kind of compile them and put together like a combination of what y'all want. And we can start breaking those down and set up another meeting. Completely up to you. But you need to finalize this piece and say we are good with this. So then that way everything meshes together when you do your goals and objectives. So if you're good with this, or you want to sit on it and have another meeting before you finalize it,
What
then
do y'all
that's fine
think,
too.
Mr. Stevens? Because if we want to finalize it, we can put it on the next agenda and actually formally adopt it.
Yeah, I would do it by like resolution or something,
Right.
and then and then we can move forward with the
So,
goals.
but if you want to sleep on it and.
The core
go ahead.
values, I just think we need to at least think about it.
Okay.
And maybe look at other cities. I don't think these are that good. I don't know who's taken a tour of an Amazon facility, but at all of them, they have like their core values, which they have like leadership principles and stuff like that, but it's like transcribed on like walls and stuff in their buildings.
Really?
And because they force their employees to look at that all the time, and it's like guiding, and it's one single words or two words that define things. And when you think of core values, I think of one word that can then be further explained, but where it's like respect or and if you look at a lot of the cities, like San Antonio, it's like one word, and then they might explain it a little bit, what it means. But I just think it's something we might want to take a look, because I think we're missing a lot of things in these core values, because we haven't, like, there's nothing about, like, respect, for example, or integrity, or that sort of thing. So that's...
Okay.
Just one more comment. As,
All right, Ms.
As
Ms.
we go
Burnside.
around and around and around, maybe it is naive to ask, but how important is a mission statement on the scale from 1 to 10?
That's up to the council. Like the mission statement from a staff perspective, you hired us to do all of these things already, right? Like be fiscally responsible, treat everybody fairly. Like we do all of those. This is for y'all to illustrate to your community the direction that the council, y'all's mission as a governing body. Where the staff comes into play are the goals and objectives, and to me, that's a 10. Like, I need to know where y'all want us to go, so I know how to, and today's a good example, right? Like, trees are a valued asset to the city. And so we, knowing that, right, knowing that that's gonna outweigh a creek alignment, is an important thing. And so if you prioritize trees and park amenities in your goals and objectives, then the staff knows, how to proceed with projects. And so that's, for me, is a 10. Your mission and vision statement should be a 10 for y'all as a governing body, so you know which way you want the city to move forward in.
So basically, it's just kind of for them to have and to hold from this day forward?
And for the community, I mean, it's mission and vision statement. For us, like, core values is a good thing. And we used to hang the mission statement. I don't know if you remember, we used to print it out in a big plotter and we used to hang it out
Mhm.
in the lobby. As time has kind of moved forward, we've had the same mission and vision statement since 2008, and so the staff knows, like, we're doing all of these things. Like, it's not.
But it's important for us to update it, and that's what we're doing now.
And to have the
Yeah.
conversation, because
Mhm.
like economic development has been a priority for this community
forever.
But it's not for every community.
Mhm.
You know, economic development isn't a priority for every community. So it should illustrate what y'all's priorities are, and that's why I like prioritization. It was in here somewhere.
Mhm.
It is important. So what are y'all's priorities, and how do you want the staff to move forward? And so you should have a plan. So I mean, you don't have, like I said before, you could just have a mission statement, goals and objectives. You can have just a mission statement and a vision statement and no core values. You know, we didn't have core values before.
No, we didn't.
So it's just for citizens to point the finger and say to that flag, reminding you all.
Yep.
That's what it is.
Yes.
So,
if the council, let's just say the council right now voted on the creek alignment. We're gonna take out the whole trees, we're gonna get rid of Raymond Ricketts Park, and we're gonna save, they would have gone completely against their mission statement,
yeah,
right?
but that wouldn't be for a 5-year plan or whatever. It would be for this council for this time. No?
Well, when we redo the mission and vision statement, we
How
won't visit it again for another 5 or 6 years. That's what they recommend, that you always go back to your, it's
And
called a
redo it.
strategic plan.
So with different
Yeah.
people.
It'll
there
be
are
different people.
mission
That's
statements.
right.
Same thing I say about your comprehensive master plan or your budget.
Mhm.
When we do the budget, like we're gonna get ready to do that, we're gonna be, a council member's gonna change between now and then, right? Like before you
Mhm.
formally, so that always changes. Everything you have is
Fluid.
fluid, you know, and everything changes. And the reason is that we're addressing the mission and vision statement is we haven't touched the mission and vision statement in 5 years. It's been a lot longer than that. Where you've updated is your strategic plan, your goals and objectives, and they're not meshing anymore.
Right.
And they should.
Is there a penalty for not sticking to the mission?
No, it's just a guideline,
No,
just a
yeah, I don't have
guideline.
it.
So,
No.
yes, go ahead, Mr. Bradshaw.
So I think that this has actually been very good for
it's
the
been
mission
really
and vision.
productive.
I think we're really close, if not there.
Mhm.
The core values, as Councilor Stevens recommended, I think we should go back and, because we didn't really plan on doing that
No,
as
we
part of this,
didn't.
but we've thrown it in there. And maybe go back and rethink about it, compare it to San Antonio has been brought up, and
Mhm.
some of the other cities. And then we can decide, do we want to have core values or do we not? Do we want to
Right.
change them or not? So maybe we'll bring that
So
back.
should we put the mission and vision on for the next
I think we could do the
council
vision-
meeting on the 5th?
mission and vision
So
for
that
the
we
next
can at
one.
least adopt that?
But I
Is
would
that,
propose.
is that a consensus there? Okay, great. And then the core values we'll sleep on
And go back
okay,
to.
very good. Yes, Mr. Campos.
Would my colleagues entertain, I like the vision statement, but move up, get rid of the core value, but move those up, those bullets up into the vision after this first statement? Because
Oh, you mean take off core values
right, and make
and
it part
then-
of the vision.
and make it part of, what would be our entryway into those bullets? Is there a statement or I don't know. I'm just asking. I don't know.
I just think how we do that, you know, foster a community that
Well,
is resilient, this is how we would do that.
But this might be our goals, right? And then objectives would come out of that? I don't know. if I'm-
Right, so if you had like
Yeah.
treat citizens and businesses in a fair, transparent, and prompt manner under your goal, or that could be a goal, that's just sort of a goal. And then your objectives underneath them would be like adopting a sign ordinance for all the businesses along Bandera Road that, you know, illustrate, you know, the business's ability to advertise or something like that. And then the next goal could be like updating your fire department alarm system, right? So then that way we respond promptly. So you can have different objectives towards that goal, but your objectives need to be really well defined.
Okay. I didn't mean to kind of get off, but I just wanted to ask, what do y'all think about Mr. Campos's suggestion about incorporating what we have under core values into the vision? I was thinking it needed to be more simple. And so that's why I was thinking we should maybe these core values, I think we've done a lot of work on it this morning. I don't want to lose it, but that's why I was asking if we could translate that into a goal and develop objectives on each one of these. But again.
Yeah, I think we need to look up, like I said before, look at the core values more and see if there's some that need to be added or changed. And so I don't know about adding them to the vision and make it more complicated.
Yeah, but good suggestion.
I'm okay seeing it give it a second look.
Give it a second look. Okay, so the mission and the vision we'll put on the March 5th City Council meeting and adopt by resolution. And then we will revisit the core values and possibly set another future date to look at that and the goals and objectives. Is that what I'm hearing from the council? Is that a good plan? Okay, great. All right.
All right, we got
Some
our
direction.
Yep,
Yeah,
thank you.
very good. All right. Anything else for the good of the cause? Yes, Mr. Yarnell. Final words.
If I may go back to the original discussion about Heber Creek, I'm trying to go back to my vision of when I did a trip down the San Pedro Creek, and they have a number of areas where they have set out areas for landscaping. Could we think about maybe doing that kind of thing for where the trees are? We're talking about maybe creating an island there. Would that be something, would it be too much to think about? Where all these trees are, as the gentleman said, you know, it looks like we're going to, when we widen that, the trees are going to be removed. There's 100-year-old trees.
But I think our direction was to stay within the
So there's
creek
still
bed.
some trees that are gonna come. He
Yeah.
said he'd do another tree survey and tell y'all what's coming out. So one step at a time. So let's see what he's gonna do, and then anything that comes after the building of the bridge that is aesthetically pleasing, we can take a look at it at that time.
No, I'm talking about the trees that are right adjacent to Heber Creek. The big oaks that are sitting there in the kind of in.
So right now, that we don't know if those are gonna be taken out.
Oh, we don't know that.
We don't know that.
Oh, okay.
They're
But
huge. I know which one you're talking about.
rather than taking them out, can we think about maybe creating an island and preserving it?
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some, I mean, it's probably, 300-year heritage
What they
tree,
are.
right? I don't know. It's a
But we'll
huge
see if
tree.
it comes out, see if there's any way to save it. There may not be because it impacts water flow when you
Yes,
leave
I
stuff in there.
understand.
But we'll definitely take a look at it. I mean, the whole reason the council wanted to leave the creek where it was at was to have the least amount of impact on the natural areas.
Correct.
Well, it would be
Correct.
kind of not attaining a goal if we take these 300-year-old trees out and save some over here that are less years old.
Yeah. Okay, like Dr. Caldera said, one step at a time. Yeah. Things take time. I've learned that a long time ago. It's not going to happen overnight. But anyway, hey, it's been a great morning. I really appreciate the open and frankness that everyone's been able to communicate. And I think we've done a lot of good work this morning. And I want to thank my colleagues for your input and thank all of the citizens and guests that are here as well as the staff for assisting us in this dialogue this morning. So thank you so much. Okay, so if there's not any objection, we will move to adjourn this morning, which is February 24th at 10:57 a.m. Y'all have a wonderful day and enjoy this beautiful weather while we've got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
You're in Austin.
Yeah.
Look to your left. See that big stage?
Oh yeah, I'll bring some eggs.
No.
Check them out.
Take a picture with it.
Check them out over at it. The horns.
And then when you're in Waco, by the Dr. Pepper Museum.
That's right. Dr. Pepper. Isn't too bad, I guess. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I didn't
All right, safe travels.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem.
Wednesday afternoon and Thursday morning you have taking traffic.
Yeah, no, that's yeah, I had two. Since, except for
I know, I told Josh, Wednesday night, or Wednesday afternoon, I switched to, Thursday morning they catch.
Twins? No, fortunately, not yet. Yeah, my brother is different case. His wife's not twins are like tons of twins, lots of twins. Yeah, my side pays to. Oh man, yeah, that would be a lot. That would be a lot for sure. All right, I'll see you guys. Yeah, I'll see you.
I'm not gonna be able to make it Saturday. But no worry, when I'm in church on that Saturday, when we're doing that, I'll be praying that you win all the guns. I'm gonna give you a couple $100 so you can buy some cards for me. See if I can do that, you know. You're ready to make it, I'll be online. Oh, okay, I'll be at lunch. All right. You would do that if I give you a couple $100, you buy some cards? Whatever you want, I'll do it. Just tell me.
I don't think you have too much to worry about. To me, definitely got some hope that, no one's taking for granted.
It's a very challenging time for this project and all that, so
Thank you so much.
She wants, whatever it is, she wants him to go to maybe. We'll see. Okay. Oh, appreciate it. It's not something I'm gonna die if I don't.
I understand. Well, thank you for your patience with me. No problem. You know, I just, as long, well, there's a lot of, issues, but,
I can find somebody buying one business, I'd say sell it. Last night I ended up working till 8:15. I'm supposed to work till 9 o'clock. Yeah. We're doing, the Conviva over at, Tupperwine and I-35. We can cable them back in 2016. They took another suite, expanding. They're gonna completely remodel. So, yeah, we have to redo everything. But last night, we do the Air Institute. And, they couldn't receive any calls.
oh,
So
okay.
they had some people do some stuff in their network that crashed it.
Oh my gosh.
And I ended up, instead of going helping with cable, I ended up working
So that's what you do.
They took me-
Disturb you, I'm so sorry.
Uh,
Yeah, and then when you call me back, I plug in my phone every evening and so, you know, and it's off and I just didn't, I saw that you called last night, so I.
Yeah, I called as soon as I got on the road.
Yeah. Art, I want to say something to you. Hang on, thank
Sure,
you.
sure.
Take your time.
We had to prove the network guy, when it first happened, the network guy called and told him, that's not my network, your phone system. So after 3 calls, it turned out to be his problem.
Oh, it did. Okay, never mind. Oh, okay, Benny, have a wonderful day. Appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, no, I'm going to just, I didn't. All right, guys, I'm kicking you out. Get out. Get out. Right.
I gotta pee.
Are you okay? No? I see you wobbling.
You wanna go get something for lunch before we, I have my M session?
Yeah, I guess so. Spend it on medicine. Uh-huh.